Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Hello, welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing? I hear you there, El Murphy. It is cold out here. Good morning, good morning. Lynn, Lewis, Sally, Michael, Chua, Linari. Hello to all. Good morning. So we're doing art today, as you might imagine. Uh, Happy great winter hunting as well to you. Hello. Swifty, hello. So we don't have a whole lot on the docket. It's the end of the year. Uh, we are kind of pretty much all wrapped up on the art team. Just kind of finding loose ends, tying those off before the end of the year. So for me today, it's a little more kind of uh, just looking more further into the future about what I could kind of pull in and work on. And happy to say that we had kind of figured out a lot of nice details about the M1K mouse, and so we'll actually be working on that today. So excited to do that. Couple of like maybe caveats that might come with that image, but we're pretty confident we have a great idea, and looking forward to kind of like creating this cool character that we'll get to put in. Greetings, good morning. Hello, Jason, Jared, Math. Hello, hello. Yeah, the M1K. It's happening. Hope I'm well. Thank you. I've been pretty sick. Uh, I'm on the mend though, so doing a lot better today and kind of early, since the weekend I've kind of been doing a lot better, but I'm still like not 100%, so I might not stream super long today because I kind of run out of steam a bit earlier as I'm still kind of needing a bit more rest and recoup. So we'll see how it goes today, though. Like I might get into kind of a nice flow state with it, and we'll see kind of how far that carries me. Yeah. Oh man, it is. Tis the season for catching the bugs. Thank you. Thanks, Iggy. Um, yeah, yeah. Basically, everyone in the office has kind of like caught some kind of bug, and uh, or they're lucky enough to dodge it. But I worry for them for the holidays. It's just going around like crazy. Yeah. All right. Well, since I might keep it relatively short, for me it might be several hours, but I figure let's just jump into where we were. So probably haven't seen this for a little while. Um, this is the M1K mouse that we were working on stream, whenever that was, and so effectively when I started this one. Um, it was more on the grounds of like, hey, as a community, we want a character that represents the 1000th kind of permanent area mouse. And the next permanent location that's coming out, it's going to breach 1000 mice, like non event mice. We've already gone well beyond 1000 mice that exist, but in terms of kind of like the idea that like the 1000 are the permanent residents of kind of Narnia, and don't just show up for a few weeks during the year, um, or are like prize mice or special you know characters. So this character is kind of, if you're familiar with the M400 mouse, that was a creation for when we reached kind of like 400 mice in the game. We decided that we wanted to kind of create like a special character that kind of like, that seemed like a cool milestone. And there's like this special quest that you can obtain in the library, and kind of go after that. It's a bit messy, convoluted, and not the greatest implementation, but hey, back then that was really cool, and we thought it was neat. So this one, our implementation is going to be a lot different. We think that it's going to be a really fun and engaging kind of idea in terms of like how it'll integrate into kind of the greater game, and also other stuff. I don't want to spoil it though, uh, but it should be fun. So the idea of this one is like the M400 was kind of like this creation that was like the ultimate mouse, and it you know was pretty neat. This one's kind of like an evolution of that. It's like a greater generation of the M400, but it's now gone around the kingdom and like bested or usurped the various kind of really cool mice that exist and taken their powers for itself somehow. The illustration is kind of like a representation of just kind of like look at all these interesting little knickknacks that you might recognize, and each detail that exists on this character is representing some character somewhere, and we sketched in just kind of like the various kind of different just references that it's making. And we got like Balak's necklace, um, the like the Eclipse's cape. We got the the pauldron from the retired Minotaur, and like the scythe here is like 3 or 4 different character ideas combined, like an eye, Ice Wings hologram, all kinds of interesting stuff. Um, and so I really love this concept. I have a lot of fun with this, and I think that we can continue to have a lot of fun with this together. The great thing is like all these concepts were things that I was like, hey, community, like chat, tell me what mouse do you want like fused into this somehow. And so basically any suggestion I really tried to figure out how to integrate it. So if you were there for that, I hope you added some ideas and they got put in. Um, Now, one thing about kind of how we're planning on implementing it is there might be kind of like a select set of mice that are kind of like part of the journey of kind of getting this character. Um, and so part of my question is like, should it like make sure to visually represent those characters? And it would make sense if we can, but at the same time, we haven't locked down concretely like, oh, it's going to be like this boss or something that you have to, do something to kind of get whatever you need to get this mouse. We haven't like solidified like these are the exact mice that are involved, and so what I'm kind of thinking is I might lean into more of just like this mouse represents all mice, and just kind of like a few elements kind of pop out and are recognizable, but they may not actually be the mice that are like specifically related in the quest, let's say. So do we care to kind of like no, it should absolutely involve like the mice that are part of this quest, or should it just be like it's cool that it can just show any old mouse, even if the like one of the mice that's important to kind of capturing this isn't actually visually represented here? I guess that's kind of like the question that I have for you is because I guess what happens if it's like, okay, we really want to make sure that it's showing the characters that are along that path that you might have to kind of like chase this mouse down with. Um, we might have to hold off on working on this to kind of like lock down on like, oh, those are the mice, because I don't know what they are. We don't know what they are yet. We have a lot of ideas, and some are probably like, yeah, that's definitely going to be one. But yeah, that's the concern, is that like it might be counterproductive to kind of work on it without knowing those characters. Um, but yeah, I'm kind of on the in the camp of like, well, if it's just kind of like supposed to be like any mouse is fair game to this character, and they just went around and collected what they thought was the most kind of like interesting elements, then it won't matter as much. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so they aren't confirmed, can't draw much. Yeah, exactly. If you don't mind the mice being involved that aren't in the quest, don't have to be. Yeah. Yeah, like I won't talk about the way that it's kind of collected. We do definitely have like a pretty solid idea of how we want that flow to work, and we're pretty happy with it. We just haven't kind of locked down on like it's this, and this, and this. Like exactly. It's a little more kind of when we get closer to that, we'll definitely lock it down, of course. But yeah, right now we've been too busy with kind of like making sure Great Winter Hunt's fully set up and kind of testing things and all kinds of stuff. So we haven't really kind of like had that chance to sit down and just kind of like um, set stuff in stone. So I don't have that list of characters that make sense for it yet. For the existing mice, are they locked down in thematic design? No, not really. Like, um, again, like I can't talk so much about like how we're implementing it, but um, we can kind of like mix around if we wanted to the characters involved. But yeah, I mean, as you might expect, it's about going out and catching mice to kind of follow in its trace. But yeah, I think you all will be pretty interested in how we've decided to kind of like create this quest. It's a lot better than the lab. I'll say that much. Need some Froma slash Froma Rift representation. Yeah, I don't know if we have any here. Um, I suppose we could have like the energy perhaps somehow, or like a capacitor, or um, I mean like Feroma itself is just kind of like martial mice, right? They're kind of like trained in weapon use. So it's kind of hard to show that unless they're wearing like a gi. Um, but yeah, like the Feroma Rift, maybe there's something to kind of click into place here. Um, the Mojo's necklace. Yeah, could be. Oh yeah, the null onyx stones could be good. Mm. Maybe it's like one of the null onyx stones is kind of just within the sphere here. Um, could be the necklace. Again, like it is kind of a like should we just like slam every single concept we can, and that's what it is. It's just this hodgepodge mess of a mouse, which could be a lot of fun, right? Because it's kind of like the where is Waldo of a mouse. Like you're looking at it and you're just like, what's that? Oh my gosh, what's that? Oh, like just kind of like seeing what every single little detail is telling you. Or do we want to kind of like try and see if we can kind of balance it more by pulling stuff out and simplifying it into a more cohesive idea? Uh, Personally, I'm kind of in the camp of like, no, more like normally less is more. Absolutely. Like that's a great fundamental rule about design. But here I'm just like, but what else can I get away with by like slamming in here? Like it could be a case that the this I don't know, what do we want to call this thing? This pellet here. Let me grab the right brush. Is like a null onyx, right? That could be. We could just say like that's what that actually it was, um, or but is that just kind of cheapening it by just kind of taking a design and then just, I don't know, maybe it works great though, because it's like keeping the design in the same kind of area. Let's see. And then just tweaking it ever so slightly. Just taking a look at the null onyx stone. Yeah, just get that like blue kind of crack on it, perhaps, is all it needs. Mythweaver's book on the back hip. Could be interesting. Could be the Ascended Elder's broom. Like, if we get too prop heavy, like that gets a little noisy, right? Like throwing a broom in this is like, how do you fit that well without it just becoming like either this character just has like some kind of crazy, like inventory management setup where there's just like a tactical backpack and it's just got all these things strapped everywhere on it. Or, like, I don't know, like can't have like a broom and a sword and like a droid and all kinds of stuff just kind of floating around it necessarily. So yeah, I think if I take a look and just do something like this, suddenly this can be the null onyx stone, right? Yeah, it's very much like a collage. Mythical giants' nails or glasses could work. That's true. Yeah, we could do something like that, or yeah, I don't know if this mouse would have collected the book. The Mythweaver's tome is certainly a powerful relic, and I feel like if this character had it, then that would kind of just wouldn't quite work for where it's at right now. The glasses is kind of funny. Yeah, I think that at where it stands, the Mythweaver and the M1K are a little bit kind of like they haven't bested each other, let's say. Um, oh, okay. Actually, that's pretty good. Nice. Okay. Thanks, Norm. That is helpful. Just gonna look up a little bit of reference for a few of these. Yeah. All right. So I can try and include some of those characters, and I won't kind of like explicitly state them out loud, and that'll kind of let you all maybe theorize about kind of a likely short list of some things, but that's about all I'll say about that. Nice. Perfect. All right, that sounds great. Thanks, Norm. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna like what's interesting is about a few of these is they don't have anything that's necessarily like iconic either, which is fun. Um, so it can be just a suggestion. Uh, If only you could just see my other screen to see what mice I'm kind of collecting. All right, nice. Okay, that's an idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that might work. All right. Well, I don't want to just kind of be too mysterious and not actually do art. So what I'm thinking is just kind of get sketching on some stuff. And so yeah, I think what might make sense is to still just like incorporate all these like interesting ideas that we've all kind of like built up since the last time we were streaming this. Um, and what I feel is that although like what we see represented isn't necessarily mice that will be directly involved in the quest, because like for example we have like this is like the sylphs kind of like fins here, or like the shelders kind of like uh shape, you know, mixed with another thing, but like the Black Widow kind of like symbol there. Like, I don't I don't think we want to be chasing after some of those characters, but like at the same time, those are also very memorable and important characters to a lot of us for this kind of like journey that we've been on. So it's more interesting to me to kind of like allow that representation of these cool like characters that we remember fondly, or just have like a personal kind of connection or interest in, like, yeah, oh man, that I remember that character, like that one's noteworthy for whatever reason, right? um, and a lot of them might be noteworthy because they were like really frustrating, and they stood in your way. So if like whatever this quest was to capture this mouse involved those really frustrating characters, it wouldn't be something that would be a lot of fun to do. So I think it's more interesting to like be able to like have these visual representations, but not necessarily, oh, because there's this visual on this character, it's going to involve this mouse. I don't think that that works great. Um, so I would rather kind of like have fun with this design and it representing any mice we want than it be tied in too much to kind of like what mice actually you end up kind of collecting. I will try and include the mice that are a part of that journey to kind of get this character. But yeah, I don't want to kind of limit myself because there's just like too many really fun ideas. Like, I mean, Balak's necklace. Like, I don't think Balak would make a very interesting kind of like element to this kind of quest. I mean, maybe, but like, I don't think so. Um, so I mean, I don't wanna axe that. I think is really fun there. A little nod to kind of like even just the thumbnail situation. But yeah, let's just allow for kind of whatever design creates a cool character that just represents a lot of the interesting cast that you get to collect over the years. Cool. All right. Now, just kind of like wondering how far I want to take this sketch, because we could honestly just like add and add and add and just keep kind of like throwing in more ideas. Or we could just start rendering stuff and then, oh, maybe we figure out where to add something on top or swap something. But I'm thinking, should we just kind of like dive into the rendering and see where we go? Um, Because, yeah, like, no matter what, I feel like everyone's going to keep throwing ideas my way, and I'm grateful for it because I'm like, oh, yeah, that sounds fun. Like, how do I add that? Yeah, it is already, like, just overwhelmed with so much stuff to render. It certainly is going to be a multi kind of piece. Like, it's not going to be done today. I promise you that. Um, so there will probably be more. I don't know if I will end up kind of like the schedule will work out where it'll be like, oh yeah, let's stream this again and kind of pick up where we left off. It seems likely to me that that might happen, but I don't know. Um, so I think I'll just start by blocking in some rough colors. So we have like, let's say, the bulwark of the ascent. Um, Hello? Do I not know how to spell? I don't know how to spell. Okay. So I think that I can start by just kind of grabbing a rough just kind of palette. So I'm going to knock the sketch back here, and I guess I'll go for kind of this like orange color here to just create the silhouette of this scythe here. And really start rough by just blocking in the shapes. Now, I won't be like, okay, everything needs to have the like the material, color, and properties of what it's kind of representing. I think that a part of my responsibility as being the artist on this piece will be to kind of make things feel cohesive. So, although the bulwark has this kind of like brass kind of color scheme going on, um, if I end up going, let's say, more of that kind of plastic, um, translucent M400 kind of material, which I think would make sense to kind of like start from that ground. Um, if I kind of, like use like that material, I'd probably want to pull that through most of it. And so, it wouldn't make sense to like have like, oh, okay, that's the Eclipse cape. It has to be this red, and like all these elements, and suddenly it's just like even more chaotic because everything is like different styles of materials and colors and stuff. So I will absolutely. Oh, hang on. I have a spam call, screen call. Yeah, so I will have to, yeah, it was a spam. I'll have to just kind of, create my own kind of decision about like, okay, this material is kind of like most of this here and that there, and then like the pauldron, although it has the same kind of like shapes and maybe even like value structure as kind of the pauldron you would find on the retired minotaur, it's actually being altered to be a different material completely. uh, or like the fins here, for example. These I could see being the same material as whatever this ends up becoming, right? Instead of being like an actual, you know, fin taken from the Sylph, it's just kind of the design concept there. And like, it might be a case where I come back to this and I'm just like, well, you know what? Like, this piece is just not working. So I'm just going to have to remove that, replace it, whatnot, right? So, you know, I think whatever the scythe is made of, I think it's actually going to be what most of the mouse is made of. So I don't think it's going to end up being brass. Um, there might be like accents that I use on the scythe that kind of feel like, oh, that looks like a, an accent material from its shield or something. Uh, but I think that, you know, like for the mouse, I want it to feel like, okay, so this arm and the torso and the tail, uh, those are all kind of the same material, and it would be cool if, yeah, like this scythe was the same material, because then it kind of implies that it's like it transformed its arm into this shape, kind of T1000 vibe, right? Which is kind of perfect. That liquid metal idea with where it could just kind of take whatever form, but it's actually made out of the same material. But then with whatever technology it has, it could change the, you know, the surface look. So maybe it's kind of a similar idea. It's actually all like one material. It just has shape shifting properties. Who knows? I haven't kind of. I'm not the one that writes the actual like mouse lore very often. So who knows? Maybe it'll go in that direction. Maybe not. So let's just block in. Let's say the mouse in this brass. I don't think brass is the color I want to go with. I think I will probably look to more of the OG M400 and see if we like that. It's that kind of translucent plastic kind of look, and I think that kind of works great for an older generation, um, of this character idea. So it's kind of like the that if you were like my generation, we had kind of like a whole series of consoles that had like a nice, uh, kind of transparent plastic shell to them. Your like Game Boy Colors and Nintendo, like the 64 and Sega and all kinds of like controllers and stuff. They all had this like very kind of like translucent plastic shell going on. And anytime I see anything in that kind of material, it just takes me back to that kind of timeline. So I could imagine this having kind of like that similar idea where, okay, that M400 kind of plasticky shell, the like partially see-through colored shell, is very much just the M400's era. Like this character is way more sleek and metal and totally different materials completely, because you know it's not outdated. So we don't need to go with whatever, you know, the M400's material was. It might make sense to not go with that material after all. but I think we can explore it. But yeah, right now it doesn't matter so much what the color is. I'm just going to block in the silhouette roughly. I don't need to stick too closely to the sketch because it's not actually very good. But yeah, if I like turn off the sketch, you can kind of see that that's a hand-ish. I think this leg will have to be a different layer. Or I'll use this layer here for the back leg. And then I'll use another layer on top for the front leg. We'll just shift the color enough. Again, we're really just using placeholder colors. I just want to block stuff in really quickly, and then we can just kind of make big changes to it. So the feet, I don't know, like they don't feel like they've been cooked long enough, right? Like all the other kind of elements, there's something that I'm trying to show with it, right? And the feet, it's not like there isn't an idea there. We got like the toxic spill kind of vibe, right? But it just feels like maybe there's something more that can be done with it. Not that I need to find areas where it's like, ooh, we can cram even more obscure details. But if there is a spot for it, might be it. Ooh, yeah, Mystic Knight has floaty purple motes around its feet. Yeah, could do something like that. The like the magical floaty kind of whoop 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 kind of vibe going. I enjoy that. Although the Mystic Knight might have something that's like more actually attached to the feet, if I recall. Yeah, okay. It's got like purple kind of blorping magic, kind of just bubbling off of it. I'm thinking more of the I don't remember her name, but like she's in the one of the rifts, the Valor Rift, I believe, where there's this kind of blasting kind of energy coming off in waves, and I thought that was a lot of fun. Like an aura of some kind emanating from the character. Thank you, Michelle. Got a Larry link for when we go on lunch. Actually, with the energy kind of pulsing off, the way it is, it suddenly the pose is actually reminding me of that character even more. Because if I recall, she's kind of like lean back, and the necklace is kind of floating out. I think she's maybe like clutching or just doing like a knightly heroic pose or something, but yeah, kind of has similar energy to it maybe. Lumilancer, who is it? It's gonna take a second. Oh, I could I like organized the naming of files, and this was one of them recently that I did. Oh yeah, files, or the folder's going to take a second to open because it's streaming it, and it's got a lot of big PSDs. Fallen Champion Footman, I believe, is the one I'm thinking of. That sounds like it might be right. Yeah, the Lumi Lancer is like leaping in the air and doing that kind of like slash with just kind of energy blasting off. Yeah, the Fallen Champion might be the one I'm thinking of. That one was kind of one of my favorites of the area. Actually, quite a few of the characters from there I was quite happy with. Loading, loading, loading. One of the things about putting all of our assets into a kind of like shared repository is I now have to actually like have my system download little kind of thumbnails of things when I go and look for stuff, so it takes a little bit longer. It's nice though, because like the whole team can kind of like access things together pretty easily. But not foot propelled floating. Yeah. Oh goodness. This is one of the reasons why I didn't like having the PSDs in the same folder. It's taking a long time. Yeah. Need to see if I can make that more streamlined. So that is a long wait. Still downloading. There they go. I mean, my internet's not the greatest, unfortunately, and perhaps streaming at the same time isn't helpful, but it definitely still takes a little chunk of time anytime I need to like go into a big folder where there is a lot of PSDs just to find a JPEG of something, right? So we might need to reassess that a little bit. All right. Anyways, while that's loading in the background, would have been faster to just look it up in the wiki. Okay, so suppose that I should look at the M400 as well. Thank you for the hearts. Did I actually import the M400 into this? I feel like I should have. There it is. I did. Yeah, so we have this kind of like gray shell plastic, and it's interesting because we have this kind of like under chassis where you see all these kind of like technological kind of gears and bits and stuff like that layered around in there, and then there's this kind of casing over top, um, and it's fun. I enjoy doing this. And I'm wondering if we want to kind of give it a similar aesthetic so that they're more related. Or has this character just kind of gone beyond this technology and is now just kind of like the T1000 versus the like Terminator base unit, right? The basic. Did I not transfer those files yet? Hmm, maybe I haven't yet. Oops. Well, on the list. Um, Keeping the circuitry wings as the cape. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. So, like, taking this concept from the M400 and using it as the cape here could look pretty cool. Can I move my microphone down? If I move it down to where the microphone should be, um, there's a good chance that it'll just turn into a stream of Jacob's nose whistling into the microphone. Because anytime I have it positioned where you would expect a microphone to be positioned, that's all anyone is like, hey Jacob, you're breathing into the microphone, your nose. All I hear is your nose. So that's why I position it like out of the way, out of the mad airflow that this is capable of. Yeah, that nose whistle. Yeah, I don't think we want that as a stream. Okay, well, I don't think brass is the way. So let's just like grab a different color and maybe even just do a tonal correction. See if that'll lower the saturation. Like, do we want to go with a metallic? Is kind of the question. Um, I think a metallic would make sense, actually. Like, just thinking of kind of the evolution of a smartphone. Um, you got your kind of like your plasticky shell, and eventually it like got aluminum, and then it got kind of like like ooh, a rose gold kind of spray on your aluminum and stuff, and kind of like it became more and more kind of fancy and beautiful. Um, so I think that, yeah, do we want it to be like a rose gold would look kind of nice, but that might be a bit difficult to kind of integrate everything into. Yeah, like the liquid metal, just like a silver even. Mm-hmm. Yeah, blue chrome, rosy chrome. Yeah, like I think either way it'll work. It's just kind of like, I guess the one thing about the kind of like the the dusty plastic shell is that translucency adds an extra like potential for interesting detail, and I also feel like I would do a better job of rendering that material properly and just kind of like really capture that. There's also like fun things with internal glows and stuff like that. But because there's already so much going on, it would also potentially just add more opportunity for there to just be too much. Um, and I could really see like something like the scythe here. I don't know, like I imagine this is actually going to be a composite of different materials. Like the idea of the onyx stone, let's say, it would just be the onyx stone. Um, but then like most of this would be whatever material the mouse is made of with kind of like some kind of trim from, like brass trim, let's say, and then that flame edge or something like that. So, yeah, I'd say maybe the best course of action is to just go for it. Just say, like, okay, I know that these are like the materials that I want to use here, and then everything else can kind of just match that somehow. I don't know. This is a challenging one. I will say that it's going to take a little bit of figuring out. So let's do wrong brush. Okay, so we want this to be the onyx stone, huh? So this is bisected by the actual surface of the blade here. So it's not going to be seeing the full sphere. Okay, and so we got and these reflections aren't really probably going to work so well. For kind of like what the actual reflection of the environment around this object should be. But we can adjust that once we're kind of at that stage. Right now, it's just a case of let's just block it in, make it look okay. I don't even know what my light direction is yet for this piece. So, top right, I guess. There we go. Onyx stone. I think we want to go more futuristic with this instead of more archaic. But yeah, looking at a few different elements, it's like, okay, I want it to be this or that color. Like, so for example, I think that we have this magmatic boiler here, and better start putting stuff, organizing stuff, because it's going to become such a massive, ridiculous file. If I don't start organizing things. Back leg. Oh no, this is front leg. And this is base torso. Normally I don't name my individual layers, but I think for this, ground glow, just so that I have a little bit kind of, when I'm digging around, I'll be able to figure out what it's supposed to do. Okay, so I think that I do want to make it more of a kind of liquid metal, you know, because I think that gives us more room to kind of just have it feel futuristic and also transform in interesting ways. I also like creating metallic surfaces. Rendering them to me is interesting. A little more complex, but I find it fun. I don't necessarily want to make it feel chrome, but actually I think maybe a rose gold would be kind of nice. Because it still is a little bit in the brass realm. I like a reference to the T1000 with the liquid metal idea. I don't know, maybe. Hard to say. I mean, it could be like a cold steel look as well. Might look nice. And if we go for that kind of like plastic shell, let me grab a rose gold. There we go. Clear plastic flecked with rose gold. I mean, if we want to get as complicated as possible, that sounds like the route, right? Oh boy. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it is just a simple like aluminum with trim, or I don't think we want it brass or copper though. Rose gold could be nice though. Yeah, oh man. I know that this one is one of those kind of biting off a a big chunk to chew on, you know. So I honestly I don't necessarily see us totally resolving all these kind of challenging ideas about like how is this actually going to turn out. Um, so you know this stream is going to be a bit of a messier one, I think. So I hope you're interested in that ride because it's going to be a challenge, I think. So let's try just blocking in other things without worrying about like, oh, what is the material got to be? What is the material got to be? Because I don't know until I know, and I haven't decided. It hasn't hit me yet. I haven't figured out what clicks. So I'm going to just kind of motor on for other things. And hopefully at some point something will decide it for me, and then I'll be confident with it. But I'm just going to block in other things, and I'll just use their properties that I was intending they were representing. So, for example, this cape is supposed to be the eclipse's cape. So if I look up the eclipse, whoop, not a MouseHunt Wicco, MouseHunt Wiki. So we have the original Eclipse has like this kind of more orangey red. And then if I look up, was the name of the other one? The like Rift version. I suppose I could actually just look at my adversaries page. That's also a good way to dig around. Go into the Rift Stalkers, I feel like. There you are. Shade of the Eclipse. That's the name I was thinking. Yeah, so it's a lot more rich red with a kind of and I think it would be the shade that it would get the cape from. So we have like a much more kind of deep saturated red, but it also has this nebulous kind of texture that flows over it, which is kind of cool. And like part of me is just like, man, is the Icewing kind of hologram head gonna work for this? Does that seem ridiculous at this point? Kinda. I don't know. So this is going to have kind of this furnace plate on top of it. And I'll just do another layer. And that kind of locks that in. Though I need to change, I think, the perspective a little bit on those grill openings. And then actually the question is the cape open on the top? I mean, it'd have like a neck hole, wouldn't it? Generally, capes do let your head through them, huh? And like maybe there's something that's projecting the hologram if we keep the hologram idea, you know? A circuit board cape. And I mean, that was a cool idea, and we might go with that. The idea of kind of like replicating the cape as the M400's wings, where it's that kind of circuit board stuff. And I mean, like the labyrinth and stuff has this kind of whole circuit kind of etching through it. I guess more like the like traps and stuff. There is kind of like that the glowing kind of circuit sigils, and then of course there's certainly traps and stuff that have circuits and stuff in them and all kinds of stuff. Valor or Feroma Rift and stuff has stuff like that too. Rose gold plus brown trim plus red cape seems Roman soldiers or gladiator-ish. Kind of does have that Spartan kind of vibe. And I mean, again, like I don't know what color scheme I want to lock in on. I don't think I have it yet. But let's just kind of block this in really loosely. Now, I want it to be more like the shade of the Eclipse's cape. And what that entails is much more just kind of like exploding with energy and kind of shredding itself apart even. There's literally kind of pieces of it frayed and floating. very like Spawn kind of style cape, right? Oh yeah, still waiting on that Valor Rift journal theme. One day. It's a one day. I'll have to bring that up at some point, I think. All right. Now, the rhythm and balance of this might be a bit off in terms of kind of like it's a little too uniformly shredded or uh, whatnot. But I can tweak and tune that later. I think part of that will come down to how does it balance with everything else. You know, when everything else is plugged into this image, that might be the time to like really refine kind of like, oh, this shred needs to kind of like draw the eye here, or it shouldn't overlap there, or whatnot. So I don't think we need to worry too much about it being perfect right now. Just kind of making sure that it's capturing that idea. But yeah, I think there needs to be more kind of like little pieces. Don't want everything to feel too uniform. Anyways, okay. So exploded cape, great. And I kind of I have it ending where there's this maybe noticeable line, but I actually kind of like the idea that it's like a shadow just stretching on and on. Um, so not necessarily having a clean edge to where that cape would have ended. Sure, we'll go with that for now. I don't think it's done by any stretch in terms of that cape aesthetic. I think there needs to be a lot more cleanup of the shape. I think probably simplification of it, to be honest. Right now it's a little too much like just this chaotic spray versus there being kind of like this tattered cape feel. Um, so I think I'll need to kind of patch it together a little bit more in general. Um, but let's move on from this, he says as he continues to plug away. Okay. Anyways, all right, next part. Let's see. We have would be a good next part? I'll raise this shoulder, lower this one. So we have this kind of shoulder lifting up and this one dropping down, while this hip is dropping and this one's rising on this side. So we got that contrapposto posture, where the spine is kind of bending like this, right? And let's see. I think the head I'm not sure about. Like, I feel like is it gonna make sense as a hologram? Is it gonna look good? What color should the hologram be? Maybe that is the element that determines what the rest of the body is made of. I feel like if we have kind of like an aluminum look to the overall thing, that liquid metal, maybe it will work with a hologram. Pardon me. If we have oh, I don't remember what my like mute hotkey is. Sorry, just grab some water. I apologize for that. If we have kind of like a rose gold, I don't know if like a hologram's gonna look as good, or if the hologram will work whatsoever. I'm a little doubtful of it, to be honest, but let's try. So we will want it to be probably like layered here. So I'll call this pauldron. And honestly, it'll end up in its own folder. Honestly, most things that are their own object will end up being... One second. Sorry about that. A little bit of a cough going on. All right, so yeah, I think that pretty much any object is going to kind of end up having its own folder, because I'll have kind of the base kind of silhouette that it's drawn on, layers above that to kind of render it. I'll just call this the head, because I don't know if it's going to stay as a hologram. I don't remember why the hologram was an idea, because I don't even know if there is a character that has any kind of holographic tech going on. Is there? Can't think of any. So it's an interesting fallen champion footman. Yeah, that is the one with the kind of aura emanating out from it that I was thinking of. I do want to have kind of like a background color going on for this character, just because a mouse in white space, you cannot do quite as much lighting fun stuff. And looking at the Rift Stalkers, specifically like the Bristle Woods Rift, we got that like underlighting, and that there's something really special going on with that crew that I really liked. And also the Valor Rift as well, with that kind of like the whole atmosphere. I just really liked what we captured with the environment, allowing us to light the characters. So I think the M1K is a special enough character that I'll put it in its own environmental kind of background, and that'll really let me play up something like a hologram. If it's this kind of like glowing light orb that is a head, you know, if it's on white, it's going to be really hard to show that well. But if you have a hologram floating in front of a dark background, you can really light that and make that a lot more convincing and work well. So we can even cram more references if the head wasn't a hologram. That's potentially true, yeah. Ooh, yeah, actually that's a good point, Terry. If the hologram is in a color that works with the rose gold, it should be good, like a golden aura instead of a blue. And like, there's no reason a aura, or, sorry, a hologram should be like a blue color. I think that's just kind of like the the like Hollywood expectation of like a technological hologram is very sci-fi blue. Um, and so why not have it be like a warm golden light? It almost would make it feel kind of, like a little magical. But I think the M1K is very much like techno magic kind of vibe. It's leaning more on the technology side, but it's so technologically advanced it might as well be magic kind of idea, right? But at the same time, we have things like, okay, so I know we want Fulmina's lightning bottled up in here. We had the idea of having the magmatic golems kind of, is it the golem? Anyways, one of the characters has that kind of furnace in its chest, and it could have like Fulmina's lightning trapped inside of that, and it's kind of bleeding that energy out of it. So we have this like purple lightning look to it. So, maybe the hologram could be like a purpley lightning kind of color. Um, and so, maybe there is a metal that looks and plays well with that kind of an aesthetic. Also, I like the idea of there being this kind of like flame spitting out the side of this scythe, but I don't think that's necessary. Um, the toxic kind of spill feet, I think there is play with different colors we can use. We don't need to go with like that like nuclear green. It can be the more oranges and black etching and just kind of like tar kind of oxidation of kind of metal and all kinds of like, if we even want to have that like toxic look on the feet, we didn't really kind of figure out where to put it anywhere else. But there is something like the Chronos kind of hourglass, and instead of being sand, it could be that toxic spill stuff. So, like there's so many options that we have to play with that it's hard to even begin. Um, so I think I'll actually bring the sketch layer up a bit more. That's not how you spell. my hand was off by one. So instead of typing sketch, it was very not. Okay, so I'm going to bring... No, that's not even the sketch layer, that's references. Sketch layer would be at the top. One thing we can do is turn this whole sketch layer into a draft layer, and that makes it so that in Clip Studio, when you're selecting color swatch, it ignores anything that's a draft layer. So it'll be grabbing colors as if it isn't even a layer that's turned on. As well, when you export an image, when you like go to turn it into a PNG or JPEG, it just automatically turns off draft layers. So that's like a really cool thing that I really like about Clip Studio. That's just a handy little feature. It allows me to have like my sketch turned up, and if I'm like grabbing the pauldron color, it's not messing with the like the black that's just kind of added in thanks to the sketch on top, right? Okay, so let's just jump into the head here, and I'll look up Icewing. And like, do we even care that it's Icewing's head? Not really. Like, it's not super critical at all. is just kind of like one idea that, you know, we're like, oh, Icewing's kind of an important character, right? Let's see what we can do with Icewing. But yeah, not critical. Like, she's an older character too, so her design is kind of like meh. I mean, she's fun. Don't get me wrong. I actually think that her like look is kind of pretty sweet. But like art quality wise, you know, it's an older image. Not that I'm saying she needs a repaint or anything. Certainly others that would come before that. But the punky kind of vibe with this whole character is kind of great. I might actually flip. I think I actually want a little bit of overlap here, so it's easier to see that this is her noggin kind of in front of the shoulder at least, right? So, yeah. I don't know, like it's an interesting idea, but I don't really have a lot of justification for why. Hey Charlie, I can't see at all. I literally can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, your butt was right in the way. I know. Charlie's just like, just add me. Make me the cool character. I'm a great reference for a mouse. Yep. All right. Okay, so if we turn off the sketch real quick. Or at least turn down the sketch. You know, it's like so chaotic feeling. Not that other stuff is being balanced, but um, immediately like this blue with like a rose gold is pretty clashy. And we got like purple and stuff like that. I think we need to kind of like pull it all into one space. So we have kind of like Fulmina's lightning. I think is going to be a color that we know we want to keep because that's a great representation of a very kind of like significant character. Is that like purple kind of lightning, right? So I think that that's an element that, you know, we could represent Fulmina in different ways, but just the lightning arcing through the character is a good way. Um, Icewing was drawn on Feedback Friday almost exactly 13 years ago. Oh my goodness. Wow. What is with the thorns on the tail? It's a great question. I won't answer it. You feel free to speculate. There is reasons. That's all I'll say. All right, so I think that Fulmina's lightning is potentially one thing that I want to keep, just because that's a great way to represent a powerful character, an important character. Um, so I think that purple is either an accent color that we'll kind of work with. So you know what? I might actually put a swatch up in the corner. This isn't something I do nearly enough, but let's just kind of go for that. And maybe I should look up Fulmina to make sure I get kind of like a relatively good facsimile of the purple involved. Yeah, it's kind of like a pink purple. And then even. There we go. So we got kind of like, that's one of the kind of one of the swatches that I think is going to be in it, is this kind of lightning. So if that could determine different colors in it, that could be useful. So maybe the head itself, it could be more on the purple side. Because again, there's no reason it needs to be like some kind of, you know, electric blue. If anything, electricity is kind of more on the purpley. The like blue purple in our MouseHunt universe, right? Well, let's just go for that for now. But I think we could have kind of like maybe balancing in the kind of like if we look at the color wheel here, the purple to kind of red range, and just kind of like fitting the character in this realm. And I think we can kind of keep the rose gold potentially if we kind of do that, and then maybe little accents of kind of like a cyan, just very specifically, or yeah, I don't know. I'm bad at color is the reality actually. This is still like a area that I have lots to learn. One of the things that I've kind of like come to discover, and I'm very bad at doing, is literally a great idea is to just make everything one color. Just take it and just make it all the same color. And then just kind of like little variants of that, just kind of pushing it a little bit to cooler or warmer, and then playing with the gray of that color is actually like a really great kind of way to just kind of make that work. And like, for example, a lot of this is so saturated, and I think I can really kind of do more by pulling the saturation back and just kind of letting that saturation pump up in different places when it makes the most sense. One thing I might do is help myself by just kind of giving a little bit more of a gradient to the backdrop. I'm thinking, because this is a very special character, I might just allow myself to have that background kind of is that, oh, I did it right on the gray layer. I don't want to do it right on the gray layer. Here we go. Giving myself like a background that I can kind of do more interesting lighting off of, I think will allow me to kind of do more with such a difficult character. And I kind of like the idea of like, well, you know what? Maybe I actually do want to have a an underlighting kind of quality to this. So if I give myself brightness layer, and I just kind of do a bit of a top-down lighting on this. And I mean, this is just really rough. If I darken the backdrop even more. You know, we can have some fun with just kind of like the quality of lighting, I think. All right, so let's try tweaking. I'm gonna put this into its own layer. Torso, sure. If we adjust the color. All right, we have half an hour before we go on lunch. So we could go, like, honestly, we could just do like purple metal, right? Like, that might be kind of cool. Like a gray purple with like lightning accents and stuff happening. Like, why not that, right? This could look kind of nice. Maybe a little bit more color in it. Maybe this, right? Maybe somewhere in between the two. And it's honestly, it's kind of hard to like really imagine what this looks like in the end because it's going to require a lot of kind of shadow and light and, you know, a million other details to pull it all together. But I think this might actually be kind of an interesting space. So we have this kind of keeping it all in this like little range here. And then the cape itself, I'm actually going to tone that back a ton. I'm wondering if... Yeah, Charlie, you're stuck on my shirt. I know. You gotta trim your nails. There we go. So this is the top of the cape. And cape back. Call it cape front. Alright. So if I drop the saturation of this a bit. So we're gonna have like the hologram light. Which is right now kind of more purpley. Yeah? Knock over all the things with your butt? Okay. You probably couldn't hear that, but Charlie knocked stuff off a shelf. Because she is a butt. A big butt. Alright. And then I'll darken the cape back here, I think. And remove a lot more of the saturation. There was the idea of like giving it that circuit kind of look, and that's actually pretty neat. Actually, I don't think darkening it worked. Okay, I'll just go with that. All right, the leg in front, it needs to be adjusted a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'll say that much. This is a challenge. Interesting challenge. Okay, we'll just make it the same color for now. But it's a little bit like ending up kind of flesh tone, which might not look great. But I think that when I turn it more metallic and I have kind of the, oops, I didn't mean to cancel that. And I have like the specularity and just highlights and shadows and reflections and stuff happening in it, I think it could work. It's interesting though. I'll go with that, sure. I suppose that one of the benefits of going with something like the M400's, a just kind of like plastic shell, is it's a very neutral kind of color, and so it's easier to kind of just put stuff together with that and make it work. All right, so I think one thing I'll do is furnace. If I make the furnace maybe more of like just a kind of gray metal. Then I have the actual kind of lightning grill. Because one idea was that it's like, okay, we have like the furnace chest piece from one of the the magmatic golem, I think it was. Let me look it up actually. Magmatic golem mouse. That has kind of, it's got like 4 slots in its furnace thing. Maybe I should make it 4. So it's not the exact piece, right? Differences between them, different shape. But the concept is what this mouse steals anyways. Like anything that's a reference is just kind of like, you know, a weird implementation of that thing anyways, so it's not like it needs to be exactly the same. Yeah, all right, so the idea is that it's got this grill, and instead of having that kind of like the magmatic crystal fuel, it's got like fulminated lightning. Actually, I think 3 worked better. Just can kind of like fill the space better and have more energy bursting out of it. Okay, at any rate, all we need to do is get a little purple glow. Use our occlusion brush. Something like that. And we can have like the lightning kind of arcing out if we want, right? So it could be pretty cool. And having like Black Widow's kind of mark here. Whoop. I should do that on a layer in front. Actually, is the Black Widow mark red on black? Let's take a look at the Black Widow mouse itself, though. And again, you know, we don't actually, yeah, it is red on black. We don't need it to be, you know, oh, it's this color here, so it's got to be that color there. This mouse is more about collecting and displaying these symbols in whatever way. So I mean, it could be like purple if we wanted, right? Yeah, if we have this red cape, you know, maybe it's using the same red. That might work well. Oh, interesting. Okay. Golem mouse and magmatic golem mouse both have grills with 4 slots. Golem is round, magmatic is square. So maybe we should go back to the 4 slots then, just to like use that detail. That might be fair. Okay, we got 20 minutes. Thinking one way to go forward with this is to maybe make the body feel just a little more kind of grounded in this. So I think that would involve kind of rendering it a little bit. So what I'm thinking is do a layer on top. And I'll take, like, what I'm thinking is, like, should I just have it be metallic. Also, this hand, I like the idea of like giving it that draconic magma kind of vibe. This leg, I don't know how I want to handle that. Yeah, I think I do want to just try and kind of make it feel metallic. So to do that, it's going to be about kind of looking at what would it be reflecting in this environment. And I think that because I'm thinking I want to have it be in this kind of like more so bottom lit kind of look, just because it's more dramatic and fun, I might represent kind of like the top half of all the metal to be kind of like in shadow and go from there. Just really roughly blocking in. Okay. Yeah, so the this kind of like design element here is kind of a little more of a raised detail. I think it's going to be a very kind of layered weapon here. It's not totally smooth. It's going to actually have texture across its surface, because the shield itself, I think there is definitely a lot of kind of like depth to it, in terms of kind of like there's a lot of different materials going on with it, and those would have kind of different kind of amounts that they kind of stick out and interact. So I'm thinking it could be kind of something similar. Maybe, I don't know. Again, this is still, honestly, like, I know we're starting to kind of render stuff. Oh. Apparently my stream disconnected for a second. Hopefully it's still running for you all properly. Eesh. For like literally a second, I just got spammed with multiple alerts like stream reconnecting. It paused and it's back. Okay, good. As long as it's still going. It is running. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I don't know if it cut off very much of what I was saying, but all I was saying is, like, right now it's still very much the, like, sketching phase. We're still figuring it out. There's still too much to kind of resolve to actually start rendering stuff. Too many unknowns. Okay. Okay, so we have some of the kind of shadow blocked in, I suppose, the deepening of the environment, reflections, but I think to kind of like give it a little more of like a metallic kind of quality, I want to get some of the highlights in now. And again, I really don't know if I like the direction of the color, but if I maintain using brightness layers for this portion at least, it shouldn't be hard to just kind of swap the material color and have the lighting kind of remain, hopefully. So we'll just go with something like this for now. If we're going with this kind of underlit idea. Now, there would probably be a lot of kind of reflections internally, so that'll be kind of fun and interesting to solve that. It kind of makes me think a little bit of the like, what is that? Skeleton Champion or something like that from Bristlewood's Rift, I think. The very like Skeletor, yeah, kind of vibe going on now. Yeah, hey man. Yeah, I'm not necessarily liking this, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's grab this leg. Okay, the hourglass doesn't really have any proper work done on it. Seems like a detail that we'll need to figure out. But okay, so there's at least a little more structure now that we can kind of work off of. If I want it to really feel metallic, I think we need to darken some shadows more and play that up. It is kind of one of those situations where I'm like, I'm not sure this is working so well, but it could be that I need to just kind of push it just a little bit further to reach a certain kind of balance before it actually would start to work in the first place. So I'm just kind of keeping going with it even if it's not quite what I want yet. Because sometimes it does require that tenacity to find it. At least it's starting to feel a little more metallic, I guess. we're gonna go on lunch in 4 minutes. I think I can darken the cape now that it's gotten that much darker overall. And I think I want to try adding like a little bit of circuitry into this cape itself, perhaps. But one thing that I should probably do is use that nebula kind of texture inside the cape. Do I even have that brush in Clip Studio? I might not. Nebula. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Just making sure it's working. Okay, so that's maybe closer-ish to where it could end up. So one thing that we should do is look at this in grayscale and just see what the values look like. To see kind of just like, okay, how well is this reading? Quite poorly, I would feel. The legs, there is not a good read around that. The tail and the cape, I think that there could be a greater kind of like separation between those objects and just making sure that they all kind of read from each other. But of course, we're still like really, really messily kind of just blocking stuff in, so it's not where it needs to be yet, obviously. Again, like, there's so many things that I'm like, I don't know about this yet. But I think it is one of those pieces where it's just like, there's so much to balance in it that I don't know if it'll work until it's like near the very end when it all starts to kind of click into place. But yeah, perhaps working in grayscale for a while might actually help me kind of just like balance it this way, like through the value structure. And then when I feel good about that, then I can worry about like, okay, what the heck are the colors even? And taking that idea of pushing myself to just literally turn it into one color might actually be a great thing to experiment with, because it's not something that I do very often, but I've had good results. Or at least doing something where, okay, that's my lunch alarm, but where I could take like a layer above all of it and just do like an entire kind of, let's just see what happens if I do this. Just doing like a color pass over all of it, where I just kind of like take one color idea and just literally just overlay it and just kind of push everything in one direction and kind of harmonize it in a sense. But like, you know, that can actually work better than you might think, to just do that. Like in this example, let's say I just kind of transform everything towards green, even though this cape is really muddied because of the green, because everything else is green, it still feels a lot more red. But yeah, I mean, I think that might even be one way to handle this, is to just really try something like that. I don't know. Something to mess around with uh, as we go. Again, like I don't know why I like to punish myself with this stuff, but basically, streaming live is an opportunity for me to just really try things that I'm not comfortable with doing, and experimenting with my technique and really challenging myself because apparently I like to do that in front of a live audience where I feel like, okay, I have to make this work because if I don't, by the end of the stream, they're going to be like, what was he doing? He made it look terrible. What a bad artist. But, the goal is to be a good artist and to kind of make something that we all enjoy together. So even though right now I really don't think this is working well, um, I think that, oh, you know what? Oh, good. I am recording the time lapse. Phew. Um, but yeah, I think that this is definitely one of the higher challenge uh, streams I've given myself, because there's just so many elements to balance, and I don't even know where I want to kind of like tackle this from. Attack. Oh, this from. But yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna make a coffee, eat some food, because I think that that will be good for me to do. So I'm gonna give this a save. I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm returning. But for now, I think we can watch the time lapse, I hope, to see how we even got to this point, because there's been a lot of just kind of experimentation with this piece and scribbling and scrawling. So let's enjoy that while I go gain sustenance. So I'll be back at 2 o'clock, so approximately 57, 56 minutes from now. And until then, enjoy, and I'll see you soon. And I'll have a layer link and all that, and we'll keep arting. All right, bye for now. Oh my goodness. 20 seconds late. What's happening? Alright. And we're back from lunch. Doesn't even feel like it was a full lunch break. Alright. So, just went by so quickly. There's a lot of things about this image that I'm like, it's not quite sitting where I want it yet. Hi, Charlie. Thank you. And the challenge is, like, what is the best way to kind of resolve some of these things? Part of me was even wondering if I like the pose as much. After watching the time lapse, I'm kind of thinking, like, I don't know, maybe there was like some better ideas. The flow, like the energy of the movement, just maybe seemed a little better in some ways. Pardon me. So now I'm thinking, let's see, the sketch here and the mouse itself. I didn't mean to select it. I'll just shift those over to the left. It's getting a little crowded on the right. But yeah, I'll probably work in grayscale for now while I'm trying to figure out if I need to like do any sweeping changes to anything. But I guess one thing I could look at is like if I like what's going on with parts of the pose. So we have this kind of like, I think we described it on a different stream as like this tennis serve, where we have kind of like, it looks like the character is kind of throwing the ball and they're getting ready to spike it. And I'm not sure that that is great. I'm not feeling it necessarily. So I'm wondering, like, if this hand, the pose could be a little different. One of the positionings that the time lapse kind of showed that I thought maybe is a potential direction was it kind of angled more in, like so, but it's getting a little kind of just clumped up. It's a little crowded to kind of like really stretch the arm out. I could scale things a little differently, move things around. That might work. I don't like hate the kind of tennis serve pose, but it just, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily feel the most epic, I suppose. Not sure. Not sure. And it could be things like, I don't know, maybe the tail should be kind of angled down instead. Could even be flowing off to this side. There was kind of like a cool thing going on where there was almost like this buckler thing happening here. So we could do something potentially like that, where it looks like it's kind of guarding against some kind of attack. Um, and there could be that kind of circuit look to the shield or something like that to kind of like, because the M400 has this kind of like floating wing set that's kind of all circuits and stuff, and that looks kind of neat. Could be something like this. So it's like deflecting an attack and then getting ready to parry with its scythe. There was also, I don't know, like, I'm wondering if I liked the, when the scythe was kind of like pointed down more so. And there was kind of like this idea of the visuals, at least, of it kind of being a little more like connected through this almost like liquid metal looking kind of pinching of the metal. And that maybe had something interesting going for it as well. So there's a little more of this kind of like swooping up flow with something like this. I think there's something not quite right about the arching of the back and the tail, perhaps, with it like this. And maybe I just shorten the tail, honestly. Maybe the whole scythe arm is just sticking out a little bit too far as well. Maybe the tail. Maybe the tail goes up instead. Kind of giving it that like Doc Ock potential of it kind of like swooping up behind, ready to strike. Maybe that. That might be interesting. So this versus something more like that. Still have, of course, Bollock's necklace here. Gotta have that. I mean, maybe she's just like clutching it in her fist even. Just ripped it off, Bollock. Just now. Like the ribbon tail with the electric glow the most. Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. I did like the lightning kind of helixing around with the tail. That looked pretty neat. I think part of the idea with that one was I wanted there to be like a tritus thing with the tail being kind of like more of an octopus tentacle or something like that, but I couldn't quite get that to work. The ribbon thing, I don't think that was any mouse that I could think of specifically. It just kind of was an interesting design. Yeah. Collected all these mouse parts and then finally got the necklace. Yeah. Whew. Took so much work to collect all this stuff, but it's about time we got Bollock's necklace. There it is. So I mean, like this is pretty okay. I'm just wondering if there's something better about a pose like this. I'm not sure. Let's give it a little flip-a-roo. I mean, we could still have the arm scythe here going like this. That might still do well. Maybe it's just the tennis serve. Yeah, with the shield it looks like the mouse is charging into battle or something. Well, with the other, it looks more like it's casting a spell. Yeah, so here it's kind of more like charging up some kind of powerful thing, doing some kind of cool magic. And either of these, it's more kind of charging in. This one's kind of interesting, but like it doesn't necessarily feel as like on the attack with the arm down, I guess. This feels a little more kind of like, you know, blasting into the fray kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is better. I think if I have like cool magical effects and stuff going on as well, you know, like just some kind of like, you know, energy crackling and building behind this, you know, that'll look cool. Stuff like this could really sell it, right? Yeah, I think if I make it more about like it's doing a cool thing that's like intense and awesome, that might help it, right? So like this feels more less of a like, all right, serve, like doing a tennis serve kind of thing, and more of like, uh-oh, everybody duck. It's about to go off, right? So I think that's an okay pose in that case. Um, Not sure if the tail needs to be just tweaked down. Kind of not sold on the tail just yet. Um, and like I don't know, maybe it is the whole like Big Bad Burrows kind of lamprey mouth tail thing that isn't working, and we could go back to something like the coiled lightning, which maybe had something better going for it. But I also don't want it to be too distracting, perhaps. And I think that there's something with like the way the back is like positioned, like the spine is here, and then we have the tail floating like way off here. Like maybe it just needs to kind of move in, and and like that might look a lot better if I do that, right? So maybe that's all it was. Was it just the positioning felt too out of place? Hmm. Also, I think I want to like sharpen the feet more. Kind of like the idea of them going down into a relatively fine tip, just to make that feel a little bit more weird. And then maybe overall, like the legs could be thinned out and spindly to just kind of make it feel like the thighs, I think, can still be kind of relatively bulky, um, and just kind of sturdy, but like I kind of like the idea of it like being more kind of like a ratio like that. A trowel leg, if you will. I don't know. But I think little details and choices like this can really actually do a lot. Just the decision to kind of like change the shape language to tell a slightly different thing about the character, like it going to these very sharp points. Maybe not like super sharp, but like to a finer point. Just kind of makes it a little more menacing and intense. And I like the idea of having a few kind of sharp angles, strong angles. So we have like the scythe tip here, and like if we keep the face, we have, you know, these kinds of spikes and angles like that. But then also having a few parts where it's kind of contrasted with these rounds, um, like the smooth curves of this arm, perhaps, to like contrast the hard edges and angles. So yeah, I think if it's like doing some kind of crazy powerful looking magic, we get away with this pose a little better. Yeah. maybe we have to tweak the tail, but we'll figure it out. We always do. Sometimes it's just a little more kind of spinning the wheels than others, but I'm feeling relatively good about just kind of exploring the pose like that. Yeah, I think this is more. Yeah, I think maybe the tail is just moving it in. I feel like maybe it is just a little bit awkward. So if I grab all this here, can I just cut this out? And move it to its own folder, and move that behind torso. I said behind torso. There we go. So now I can move the tail independently. Maybe that's better. Okay. I did just remember that I have a Larry link to share with the chat. So I'll copy that and paste. And had an error, so I will try refreshing the chat. See if this works now. Oh. Posted it not as the MouseHunt account. Interesting. Well, that works, I suppose. Here, I'll put in text. Boop. Tail could be more whip-like, being thinner. Yeah, I mean, that might be a good potential. Certainly. So there is the Larry link there. It's in the chat. If you're watching this as a VOD, you can pause and grab that, probably. But there we go. All right. So what is the next step, I wonder? So we did a kind of color harmonizing layer, but I really don't want to have that in this kind of phase. That feels more like a kind of like, okay, everything else is rendered and figured out, and now it's just kind of time to pull it all back into one spot. So I would prefer to not even have that on. But also, I think just working in grayscale will keep me from having to think too hard about that. I think that the face is definitely not, I'm not happy with that. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm not really happy with yet, but that's just how it's going to go for now. What we could do is we could kind of sharpen the feet to kind of make it match more that idea that I was just sharing about. I might as well do the brightness all on one layer instead of two. And thin that out a bit. think one thing I might do is have the, well, I could just turn the sketch down, but there's a lot of details I'm going to need to continue to return to. But what I could potentially do is have the, well, no, maybe I don't want to do it that way yet. I think I'll just erase away a bit of the sketch in some parts. Where are the legs? In here, I wonder. Just get rid of that. Turn off the sketch in a few parts just because it's kind of just distracting at a certain point. Okay, so put it back into the draft mode. But yeah, I think the tail is maybe just a bit too chunky or something. Let's name that. Could thin it down and then give it a little more of a whip, as the chat had mentioned. It's a possibility. I think I need to adjust the cape to not interfere quite so much with it. I'll cancel that for now. Come back to that in a little bit. One thing that I think did help was when I had a little bit more of this kind of magic hand doing magic. So let's see, where would be a good layer for that? Also, I could darken the pauldron a bit. Kind of match it closer to the Minotaur's pauldron. Going by memory here, but well, maybe I should actually look it up. That would probably be fair. Retired Minotaur mouse. Okay. So it's definitely not actually very close right now, the way I've drawn it. Be a little more like kind of like this. That's nicer. All right. Pauldron. Let's get that magic hand. This is like the whole mouse render here. Front leg, you can be your own folder. Let's do one for magic hand. Why not? Magic hand. So let's grab our I think let's put it above the sketch real quick. One of the kind of design elements that we were exploring was putting the essence of destruction right there. That might still persist, but for now, I just want to blast this with a bit more kind of energy. Actually, I wonder if this should be behind the hand. Maybe. So that I can do more like that easily enough. Now, I don't know if I want it to be this like smoky kind of vibe. I don't want it to feel Rift-like is the thing, right? And if I do too much of this, it's going to start to feel very Rifty. So this might not actually be a good direction for this. But I just want to explore this a little bit. A good way to do this would be to just give it a mask, and then I can just erase away stuff as I don't need it. That's a good way to deal with that. I can always bring it back if I need to. All right. But yeah, so one idea would be to make the hand kind of like blasted with the light from this magic. So this would be on the torso itself. And I have kind of like this magma hand situation, so I'm like wondering if I want to try and make that work with this. And how do I do that? Right? It's a curious thing. I just have it overexposed where it's really close to this source. And then having the kind of colorful glowing edge. Maybe something like that. And then quickly falling off to the chunks of kind of brimstone or whatnot. That's a toughie. Oh. And then I think there would still be like this wash of color that would kind of just like go over all of that. I don't know, just SFX layer on the top, just special effects, why not? So it could be kind of like this Fulmina purple, and let's try doing like a add glow layer, and just kind of really let that overexpose, or maybe not overlay, glow dodge. Yeah, I mean, like add glow is kind of not the worst. That like retinal burning kind of sensation there. Always love doing that. So I should do that on a different layer. So, not totally happy with it, but it's an idea. It's an exploration of an idea. And I think that's kind of what we're gonna be getting today. Oh. Oof. All right. Well, I do like the pauldron, even though it's like really rough and just kind of sloppily done. I think that's something I'll be happy to keep. I think I will adjust this to have the 4 vent slots. So let's actually turn off the sketch here. Go back to where we were here. We just fill in this box and then use erasing. Maybe I'll just kind of slope that in just a little bit. I think I'll just kind of soften each of these edges. Oh, yeah, the lichen eye I just didn't kind of bring back. You're right. Can do that pretty easily, I imagine. We'll refine that. Again, I'm just kind of like, I don't know if I'm happy enough with the idea of this face for it to kind of be the ultimate direction it goes. But I do think that there may be something here with making sure there is some kind of color harmony is, I think, helpful for it. And I think that with this kind of like, it's casting some kind of powerful, awesome magic, it might work a little better than how I was feeling about it before. You know, like maybe there's this kind of crackling of lightning kind of coursing down the arm. Might be a bit much. And like that whole kind of essence of destruction was maybe kind of like a cool detail for this. But I mean, maybe it's kind of like more like the final eclipse or the forget the name of that character, but something kind of more just destroying reality levels of energy or something cool. I don't know. I'm a little worried about the kind of weight of this being very top left. It's like super heavy in this corner. So if we do go in this kind of direction, I think we would need to adjust its positioning again. Again, I didn't mean to select it like that, but like, you know, maybe we bump it down to here. I was thinking of moving that scythe arm in a little more anyways, just because I feel like it's kind of floating off a little further than I want it to. And I'm not sure I wanted to have this kind of like the way the feet are here. And we can also just scale the character a little bit more as well. But I don't know, maybe I actually want the feet to tuck up a little bit better or something. Hard to say. Okay, so let's see about moving the scythe onto its own group. So I'll cut that out, and it's going to take a second to autosave. Hey, did it actually do what I needed it to? Awesome. Okay, so if I do it from the folder, nice, good to know. Scythe with an E? I don't know. Cool, okay, so that onyx stone, you can go down into the scythe folder. Whoop. Okay, the tail copy should not be inside of the scythe. Also, there's nothing actually happening in this folder, so just a copy that I don't need. But still, that needed to move out of that folder. Alright. So we can mess around with the scythe arm a little bit easier, I think, now. Might even turn the sketch off here. The flame thing is cool. I can come back to that later, hopefully, if I need to. The flames will return if they're necessary, I think. And I like them. I think I'll bring them back. But I just want to be able to position the scythe a little better. Also, I can move this above the head now, which is a good thing. And we can do things like changing the angle. This should go in front of the leg. Nope. Could actually adjust the arm to kind of have the elbow starting further back. That might actually not be a bad idea. I don't really hate that, actually. Need to adjust a little bit of it. See what happens if I flip it back. Hmm. That's not terrible to kind of bring it in more. Kind of coil it up. More ready to spring out and strike kind of thing. Here it looks like it's going to kind of strike this energy. Maybe that's kind of part of its attack. So with it kind of like pivoting at the ball joint here, it's got more of a incident arc. But if I have the elbow have a bit of a kind of like crown coming off of it or whatever, fins, that also looks kind of neat. Hmm. I do kind of like it pointing at the energy. Just worry that it's going to cover too much of the face. And also I'm like, do I just like it doing that because I don't know what I want the head to be? Oh, thank you, Sonny. I'm glad you really enjoy the candy cane horn. I'm glad it worked out like it did. I wasn't kind of like it was at a point when we were working on it where I was like, none of these ideas are working, and then it just kind of suddenly did. And that's kind of what I'm hoping happens with this character here. I think I might actually. All right, let's try going with this, and we'll go back into grayscale just because that is helpful, I find. Okay, so I might. What is this layer for? Nothing specific that I can think of. Okay. I might end up kind of wrapping up soon because I am kind of feeling a bit drained. As I said, I'm still kind of recovering from being sick, and also like with pieces like this where it's kind of hard to get all the details where I want them and resolve the concept in a way that I'm happy with. They can be a little extra taxing, to be perfectly honest. So I might head off pretty soon. Feel my energy waning, as it were. Yeah. No, I'm really glad that the candy cane horn worked out as well as it did. Originally, when I was kind of like designing the candy cane horn, I was like, there's already like kind of food related horn stuff that I'm planning. Like the let's see, what one? I guess there was like the spring egg hunt, and then Halloween is candy stuff going on. Although with the horn, not really. It's more like a kind of pumpkin with wings, I think. Um, so maybe it wasn't too valid a point, anyways. But yeah, like the balance of where the candy horn ended up just looked so much greater than what I thought it would be. I thought that the candy cane horn was going to be the weakest of the ideas, but I mean that's just how it goes. That's why it's important to kind of explore the potential of designs and just see what it can do. Um, hmm, I don't know. Like I want this to work. I really do. And I think it will. I think I'm just something's not quite right. Hmm. Hmm. Again, I think the tail. Okay, let me take a look. Well, these don't work anymore. I have to reposition them. Just kind of want to take a look at like the like action lines I have, and something that can help is looking at kind of like, okay, what angles are things taking, and are there other parts of the pose that match that? So like this arm at this angle, I think the leg here can match that. And like maybe this foot should match that more clear, is almost a little too close to that. So maybe that needs to be its own potential angle. So we have like the torso kind of more at that angle. The leg is tilted up from that a bit. Like maybe this leg should kind of come down a bit to match the torso there. And should this foot be at that angle? I don't know. This arm, this leg, and this arm maybe need to kind of be parallel. So I think that part of the rhythm that you can get in kind of like poses and stuff like that is finding those kind of relationships and kind of enhancing those to kind of like create a greater flow. So here we have kind of like this arch, and I'm wondering if that flow needs to be somewhere else, like here somehow, or reflected. Maybe the tail needs to kind of follow that a little better. So if the tail is like doing more like this, that kind of loops back into the pose a bit better, perhaps. Using the torso of the M400 as the pelvis for the M1000. That's kind of an interesting idea. I do like the idea of actually maybe incorporating a little bit more or any of that character into here. Could be interesting to try and do. Yeah, like maybe I almost wonder if this leg should be like really lifted up. Backlit hand might look kind of cool. I mean, part of it is like, do I want the light to do a certain thing? You know, like a backlit, powerful kind of energy thing could look amazing. If that's kind of a vibe I want for it, I don't know. Putting a backlight on stuff is very dramatic and cool, though. It's just so bright, it's like washing out all the detail. Kind of interesting. Again, no clue what I want to do for the face. So kind of something there potentially. Hmm. Hmm. The dramatic lighting is definitely interesting and fun. It's kind of maybe even a little bit of Icarus vibe to it. Just kind of like reaching out and touching the sun. Hmm. Yeah, it could be like silvery skeletal face that sprouts a Fulmina mohawk. It's kind of fun. Or ice wings, I guess. Deadly daggers at the end of the tail. I would like to, I don't know, like, it's not necessary, but the Big Bad Burrows is kind of like an interesting character that gets kind of sidelined. So, like, the tail is an opportunity to include that, but there could be, like, loads of other ways to include a nod to that, even just kind of like a uh, the tail's kind of shell. Instead of the end of it, could just be the the length of it, kind of using segments or something like that, um, or anywhere else, somewhere, something. I don't know exactly. The power of the sun in the palm of my hand is kind of the vibe I want this character to possess. Just like you've given me your 1,000 strongest, and they were nothing compared to me, kind of thing. Uh, like I want it to like look like it holds all of the energy of every single mouse in the palm of its hand and laughs. So it could be fun. Yeah, the tail is already Big Bad Burrows. It's kind of like if I wanted to change the cap of it, I suppose, instead of having it be like the mouth, uh, to turn that into something different, if that would look better. Hmm. Hmm. Well, okay, it is 312. Give this a save. And I don't know. I think that there is definitely something good with this kind of like explosive power here. Just unlimited energy kind of feeling behind it. Uh, so I feel like something's working here. ignore the color stuff. It's a mess right now. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of tired at this point. So I might just wrap up here. I feel like I did figure out some stuff with this though. And I think I've been also like another element is when you're kind of like really trying to make something work, um, and you've been kind of looking at it all day, uh, the proper like the correct solution that you need to land on might be like right in front of your face and really obvious. But if you've just been staring at it all day and just kind of like button your forehead against it, it's not going to be easy to see it at that point. So I think at this point I've kind of figured out some of the energy and flow and just kind of balance for how I want the piece to feel. I think the values are definitely in a better place, like having the backlit uh, kind of highlights and the dark tone kind of like going through the piece, and then some mid tones kind of to bring out a little bit of detail, but most of that being caught on like the edges of silhouettes. I think that's going to have a really potent, powerful feel to it. Um, so I think this is going in a direction that I think will be really epic and fun. But to actually resolve this into what I have is going to be a little bit of work. And it's going to take a little bit of solving. And I think at the point it's at, it will be infinitely more useful to kind of come at this with fresh eyes, to kind of like reassess what I'm seeing and be like, that's why I like this piece. And that's why I think if I adapt this to do that, it'll work well. And right now it's hard for me to kind of parse that. So I think I'm going to wrap up stream here and probably go rest because I'm kind of exhausted now. But I'll save this. I know it's not really further. I mean, it's definitely progressed, um, but it's still kind of in the sketching and resolving the composition phase, which I can't lie, I expected it to not really get too much further than that anyways, just because there's so much to figure out with this piece. It's a very complicated piece. Thankfully, it's not one that I need like, by the end of next week or anything like that. So I have a little bit of time to kind of like solve this quite complicated puzzle of just trying to take all these disparate elements and marry it all into something unique and fun and balanced and really good. That is basically taking 16 years of character design, a lot of bad and some good, and just kind of mashing it into one and being like, this is like the journey of MouseHunt and what you've faced, and it's a lot to put into one character, and so it's complicated. Uh, and I'm not happy with the elements yet, so I need to kind of keep chipping away at this. But I feel like we'll probably end up coming back to this on stream, and hopefully at that point I'll have kind of solved a lot of the issues that I'm kind of still feeling are you know holding this back. I suppose we could be watching the time lapse while I'm rambling. Uh, but yeah, no, I think that there is definitely some good progress on this. I feel more confident about kind of like where it'll end up. But unfortunately, we're not going to solve all of those kind of like, I need to figure this out today. But I feel like we solved a lot of it. And I think with fresh eyes, it's really going to kind of change a lot of kind of how I come back and tackle it. So I'm excited about continuing to work on this, but I need to kind of recharge my batteries at this point. Um, so, I hope you all have enjoyed this stream. I'm gonna post the Larry link again. Yeah, I'm gonna go and just kind of recharge, just lay down and put on whatever random show and just kind of veg out. I want to get my health back for the holidays. Um, But yeah, I had fun working on this. It's again, it's like such an interesting challenge. This character is just like there's so much potential for what it could be, and so much potential for everything to go horribly wrong with the design that it's a great fun thing to work on, but it's also extremely frustrating because I suppose with like really like a lot of the art I do, it's like not working, not working, not working, and then suddenly it'll like just kind of something snaps, and suddenly it does start working, and I can kind of like make a lot of headway with that. And I feel like maybe I clicked something, and it was probably just trying to structure the values into something that felt really dramatic and exciting. But like a lot of the elements are just like I have no idea how I want to actually tackle that. Like the head, I'm just like, yeah, it's not gonna work very well. Maybe it will though, but I haven't found how to do it. Um, and honestly, I don't know. Like part of it could just be like, well, I just need to make that hologram glow and be a light source, and that'll look really great when the development sketches here. Like the coil tail with the lightning looked really interesting. There's things like the magma hand that I don't know if I'm going to be able to kind of capture that look, and like even that like the flame licked edge of the scythe is just very cool, and I'm not sure if it'll make the cut in the end, but I kind of want it to, just because it's just dramatic and fun. Um, but yeah, maybe it'll be like overall kind of like this purpley look, and then accents of these orange or something could look nice. Yeah, there's still just too much complicated stuff to solve. It's a shame I kind of like leapt away from that kind of shielded arm kind of look. There was something there that I quite liked. I don't know, maybe it's even in the legs right now. The pose just perhaps I could tweak that. Again, the tail is like not I'm not happy with the tail still. I think solving that will help a lot actually. Um, and maybe it's just like the cape and the tail are actually conflicting in weird ways, and I haven't quite figured out how to make those work more harmoniously. I think I made perhaps the cape is too large, and it should be more of kind of like a single kind of stripe, or kind of just shawl draped over one shoulder kind of idea. Um, but at the same time, maybe that dark kind of backdrop behind the character is what is helping it work right now. Uh, so here we go. Working on looking at what we did today now, finally. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Kaboom. There we go. Definitely when I saw that the values kind of pulling into kind of where it's gotten to, I definitely felt like that was going in the right direction. So this super dramatic lighting is definitely looking good to me. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for today. I know I kept it a bit shorter, but yeah, need to just go get well. So, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the stream today. Thank you for joining me. I always appreciate everyone that comes out and partakes, especially those who are giving me their thoughts on what we're seeing and ideas for what to try and just what they like, what they don't like. It's all really awesome to be able to actually work with you all live. I always appreciate that I get to do this, and so thank you very much for joining in live and just being a part of this journey, creating something together that's going to go into the game permanently. It's always very exciting. And this character represents a huge amount of that effort. Really, what it is would not be anywhere near what it looks like without it being a live creation. Basically, the original sketch started from literally just being like, all right, what mice do we want to put together? What are some of your favorites? Let's mash them together and see what we get. And this is where it ended up. So it's a lot of fun, and it's definitely a community creation. So, it's all thanks to you. And you know what? Thank you all so much. I won't see you until the new year. So I wish you all well and happy holidays to you all. Um, I believe that, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do like an ultra brief feedback Friday. We're doing our kind of holiday work celebration next Friday, so I don't know. I doubt it though, because I think we're gonna have to be traveling to meet up and hang out together. So this might be the last feedback Friday of the year. But I suppose if there is something, it'll be in the kind of little banner that you can expect. Otherwise, there might be a notice somewhere that we're off for the holidays. Um, but yeah, happy holidays to you all. Thanks for hanging out. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I hope you have an awesome holiday. And I'll see you in the new year. And until then, happy hunting, everybody. Okay, well, bye for now. See you next year.